Senate will come to order. The chaplain, Dr. Black, will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal God, we turn to you this morning aware of our insufficiency, actually this afternoon. Keep us from forgetting that human efforts and ingenuity are powerless without you. You alone, O Lord, deserve honor and praise, for power, glory, and victory belong to you. Lord, infuse our lawmakers with your might. Be for them as the shadow of a great rock in a weary land. Give them such wisdom that their work will enable America to stand with freedom's lamp aloft. As our senators tackle today's task, make them conscious of their great heritage of liberty and justice for all. May no weapon that is formed be able to defeat this land we love. We pray in your powerful name. Amen.
Thank you. Will you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of Veterans Affairs, Samuel Brown of Nevada to be Undersecretary for Memorial Affairs.
Mr. President.
Senator from Iowa.
Congress 3 weeks ago passed the One Big Beautiful Bill. And in that bill was a modest cost-sharing requirement for able-bodied Medicaid expansion adults that were making more than 100% of poverty. The cost-sharing requirements would not apply to primary, prenatal, pediatric, mental substance abuse disorder, emergency room care, or care provided by community health centers, certified behavioral health clinics, or rural health clinics. Now, under the One Big Beautiful Bill, this cost sharing that is required for able-bodied Medicaid adults can't exceed $35 per visit, and there is an annual maximum limit of no more than 5% of an individual's income. Well, you might ask, why cost sharing? Having a modest cost sharing ensures consumers have skin in the game and thus in turn be responsible healthcare consumers. Adults in Medicare earning between 100 and 133% of poverty are most likely to gain health insurance through the federal marketplace or through an employer where cost sharing is common. Despite fear-mongering about cost-share requirements, establishing modest cost-sharing requirements in Medicaid is not anything brand new. It's been around for quite a while. So let me give you a little bit of history. The Obama administration approved a half dozen Medicaid waivers, including my home state of Iowa, to establish modest cost sharing for able-bodied Medicaid adults. Congress, in addition, has enabled cost sharing before. Obama made that move in the 2005 Deficit Reduction Act, which included my Family Opportunity Act. We expanded state flexibility in Medicaid to let states establish cost sharing up to 10% of the cost of services for those making over the poverty limit. The law also lets hospitals impose cost sharing for non-emergency services provided in the emergency department. The cost sharing policies had support from the governors of both parties, from a National Governors Association working group. At a 2005 Finance Committee hearing that I chaired, governors said modest Medicaid sharing, quote, utilizes market forces and personal responsibility to improve health care delivery. Another example is in the 1990s, Congress enabled cost sharing in the Children's Health Insurance Program. To this day, states are allowed and do impose cost sharing in that program. Even socialist proposals like Medicare for All have also included cost sharing. So I want to make very clear, this is nothing new. Modest cost sharing is a common sense policy for those benefiting from a government program and who have the means to pay for it. I yield the floor, suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I know that August is approaching, but we still have some serious work to do here in Washington. We need to make further progress on appropriations, and we have a number of President Trump's nominations to get through. Mr. President, despite a historic level of obstruction from Democrats, Senate Republicans have been maintaining a brisk pace on confirming President Trump's nominees. We've confirmed 107 civilian nominees, nearly doubling the pace in President Trump's first administration at this point. And we've done it with good old-fashioned hard work, thanks in substantial part to our commitment to getting President Trump's team in place. The Senate has taken 437 votes so far this year, which is more than in any Congress at this point in the last 35-plus years. In fact, we've taken more votes in 2025 already in less than 7 months than the Senate has taken in a full 12 months for 32 of the past 36 years. So we've kept up a very intense pace. But there are a number of nominees still waiting for confirmation, and we're going to get through a lot more of them soon. And so we can do this the easy way or the hard way, Mr. President, and that's really up to the Senate Democrats. As I said, we've confirmed President Trump's civilian nominees at nearly double the pace of his first administration so far, through a lot of hours spent here in the Senate, but we would have a lot more nominees confirmed at this point if Democrats hadn't decided to drag out every nomination. Democrats have not allowed a single civilian Trump nominee to pass by unanimous consent or voice vote, even when Democrats have ultimately ended up supporting the nomination in significant numbers. I refer to this, Mr. President, as a historic level of obstruction, and I mean it. President Trump is the only president on record to not have a single one of his civilian nominees confirmed by unanimous consent or voice vote at this point in his presidency. The only president on record. Now, just to offer a point of comparison here, by this point in his presidency, President Biden had 44 civilian nominees confirmed by voice vote. President Trump hasn't had one. 44 for Biden, 0 for President Trump. And so when I say this is a historic level of obstruction from Democrats, I mean it. That's not a Republican talking point. It's just a fact. Democrats haven't offered a shred of courtesy to President Trump, to the voters who elected him, or to the people who have stepped up to serve our country in his administration. And so the ball is in Democrats' court, Mr. President. They can continue to drag out the process on even the most uncontroversial nominees, and we can spend a lot more hours with each other in the Senate chamber. Or they can rein in their reflexive anti-Trump sentiment and allow some of his rank-and-file nominees to proceed by unanimous consent or voice vote, just as Republicans did when the roles were reversed. And I'd remind my colleagues about the dangerous and ugly precedent that they're setting here. But the choice is theirs. But whether it's the slow way or the fast way, we're getting President Trump's nominees confirmed. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President,
Minority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, while Senate Republicans have been focused on pushing partisan politics that would crush middle-class Americans, all to pay for tax cuts for billionaires, while House Republicans are ignoring their responsibility to fund the government by leaving town early for the Epstein recess, and while the Trump administration continues to push policies that are sending costs up, chaos up, corruption up, Senate Democrats and House Democrats, myself, Leader Jeffries, and both of our caucuses are fighting to build a new vision for America. I'm working closely with Leader Jeffries alongside Senators Klobuchar and Congresswoman Dingell on a united vision. The American people are fed up with costs, chaos, and corruption of the Trump administration and the aiding and abetting Republicans have done at his behest. Republican policies have sent the price of groceries, housing, utility bills, essential goods, and more skyrocketing. They have gutted health care and essential services for working families like Medicare and Medicaid. They've spiked health care premiums and put hospitals around the country in a crisis mode. Many are talking about closing. A few have already closed, leaving people without the health care they need, all for tax cuts for billionaires. They have unleashed rampant levels of corruption and warped our democracy, empowering the wealthy and well-connected to profit off the backs of working families. And Donald Trump seems to be at the top of the list, using his government position to make personal profit. But Senate and House Democrats are fighting back. Democrats are fighting to lower the high costs of living, which have become far too expensive for American families. We're fighting to strengthen our communities, make our streets safer, and protect essential services that millions of people rely on every single day. Instead of further breaking our health care system, ripping health care away from millions, we think the health care system should be easier, not harder, for Americans to access and navigate and to afford. We're also fighting to fix our broken health care system to make sure that people who need the care can get it and be able to afford it. We're fighting to rid our government of the scourge of corruption. There's so much corruption and self-dealing and rich people, billionaires getting richer in terms of how they operate and what the government passes and doesn't pass. We're fighting to rid our government of that scourge. It's run rampant. The scourge of corruption has run rampant under Donald Trump and Republicans. It's one of the most corrupt administrations in American history. The bottom line is this. Senate and House Democrats are united in creating an America that works better for everyone, not just the wealthy, not just the well-connected. And we will use every tool at our disposal in the appropriations process and beyond to fight back against the disastrous Donald Trump Republican agenda. Now, on the trade deal, over the weekend, Donald Trump announced a new trade deal with the European Union. It will result in a $90 billion per year tax hike on American families. When you raise tariffs, the American families pay for it. $90 billion tax on American families in this tariff deal with the European Union. Donald Trump is, as usual, trying to hype up, exaggerate, and lie about his accomplishments. Donald Trump always lies, almost always lies about his accomplishments, and this is no exception. And in Trump's frenzy to divert attention away from the Epstein scale, Trump is once again totally making things up. And what did the American consumer get out of this Trump tax hike? A 15% increase on everyday goods. This deal is a 15% Trump tax on American consumers, plain and simple. Trump would have you believe it's the biggest deal ever. That's his words. Dangling $250 billion of new energy purchases and more in new investments. There's just one hiccup. It's fake. Even today's Wall Street Journal has pierced this miasma of distortion. Even if the EU purchased every dollar of American exports of crude oil and liquefied natural gas, it wouldn't come close to meeting these promises, something Europe understands. Europe has admitted that this agreement isn't legally binding, and they have no control over whether these investments even happen. If this sounds familiar, it's because we've already seen this show before. In the major agreement with Japan that Trump announced with Japan last week, where he claimed Japan had promised $550 billion in new investment. But now we know the real amount is only as much as 2% of the promised amount. Again, he just fakes it, makes it up. I know he's in a frenzy about the Epstein scandal, but that doesn't give you the excuse to just make things up. And that's what happens. A day later, after the dust settles, it's clear so much of what he has said about these tariff deals, whether it's Japan or Europe, are just not true. And in the meantime, American consumers now pay higher tariffs on goods from Japan and Europe. Donald Trump wants people to breathe a sigh of relief that his tariff isn't 30%, but now is only 15%. But the American people aren't going to be fooled when their prices go up. Donald Trump was so desperate to get a trade deal done after falling short of his promise of 90 deals in 90 days, that's another hyped-up claim, that he sold out American families just to try and claim a win. It's not a win, not for him and not for the American people. It means more money out of people's pockets for everyday items like groceries, medicine, electronics, cars, and more. When you go to the grocery store, it could be 15% more expensive. When you buy a car, it will be 15% more expensive. And it also means a tighter strain for small businesses across America who are already struggling to keep their doors open due to high costs. Donald Trump can claim all he wants that this is the biggest deal ever made. But American families and small businesses, the ones footing the bill, know much better. This new deal with the EU is nothing more than a massive tax heist for families and small businesses, signed in desperation, paid for by the American people. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Arizona.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that privileges of the floor be granted to my following interns and fellows for today: Abriana Ballesteros, Hayden Darst, Mina Hicks, Jackson James, Yargo James, Isaac Navarrete, Connor Swenson, Ethan Tachini, and Coulter Thomas.
Without objection.
I yield the floor.
President, I'd ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be rescinded. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, it won't surprise anybody, but the state of Texas has long been the leading state in the cattle industry, supplying the nation with steaks, hamburgers, and other protein products that grace many of our dinner tables every night. Texas ranks first in the nation in cattle production, coming in at 12 million head a year, representing nearly 15% of the total production in the United States and generating more than $1 billion in revenue. Unfortunately, this essential food supply and corresponding food prices are under threat from the outbreak of a particularly pernicious parasite called the New World screwworm. The New World screwworm lays its eggs in the wounds of warm-blooded animals, particularly livestock. The larvae then burrow into the openings, creating infections that, left untreated, can cause animals to die within a week. With no known vaccinations to prevent infections, outbreaks in cattle herds require labor-intensive daily inspections of livestock to make sure they've not been infested. Since 2023, there have been outbreaks of this deadly insect in Panama, Nicaragua, Honduras, Guatemala, Belize, El Salvador, and Costa Rica, a country that ended up declaring the New World screwworm a national emergency in 2024. Last November, the fly made its way back to Mexico. This, of course, has raised concerns among Texas cattle raisers that it may soon come across the border and lead to an outbreak in our state. Earlier this month, the threat became even more acute as a case of New World screwworm was reported less than 400 miles south of the U.S.-Mexico border. An outbreak of the New World screwworm in the state of Texas is estimated to cost U.S. livestock producers approximately $1 billion and cost the general economy $3.7 billion due to lost production of meat and milk, as well as livestock death, veterinary costs, labor costs, and more. This would be absolutely devastating to places like Texas, but also to the entire country. Knowing I was coming to the floor to speak about this, I asked my staff to look at what other states might be implicated, and it is virtually every state in the nation, including the great state of Alabama, that produces an estimated 1.2 million head of cattle on an annual basis. Thankfully, the U.S. Department of Agriculture has snapped into action. Secretary Rollins is currently working with our international partners on an ambitious plan to slow the spread of this terrible parasite. In May, Secretary Rollins closed U.S. ports to Mexican cattle, bison, and horses to prevent an additional spread. And while these ports were initially scheduled to begin reopening as early as this month, additional cases have delayed that timeline. But of course, halting our imports will increase costs for all consumers. And while it's an important part of stopping this parasite, it is not a permanent solution. For that, we can look to history as our guide. The last time North America faced a similar outbreak of the screwworm was back in the 1960s. During that contagion, we were able to eradicate these deadly infestations, countering the spread by producing sterile male flies. The sterile male flies mate with the female flies, who can only mate once during their lifetime, and so by releasing large number of these sterile male flies, the population growth of this parasite can be stopped in its tracks. This approach worked in the 60s, and I'm hopeful that it will work again in this decade. As we speak, there is only one sterile fly plant in North America, located in Panama. This plant is operated by the U.S. Department of Agriculture and by COPEG, or the Panama U.S. Commission for the Eradication and Prevention of Screwworm Infestation in Livestock, which was established in 1998. As the New World screwworm continues traveling north, we need another plan to prevent population spread. A sterile fly plant will cost as much as $300 million, according to some estimates. And that's certainly not just pocket change, but it pales in comparison with the cost of not doing anything to eradicate this terrible threat. The economic impact of the devastation that continued spread would cause my state is estimated to be as high as $10 billion. And this would not be limited to Texas. As I said, it would include other cattle-producing states, including Kansas, Nebraska, California, and New Mexico, who, along with Texas, are the primary cattle-producing regions in the country. Recently, the U.S. and Mexican governments have partnered to invest in renovating an existing fruit fly producing facility in Mexico, aiming to further the long-term goal of eradication. In addition, USDA is building a sterile fly dispersal facility in Hidalgo, Texas, in the Rio Grande Valley. To build on top of these efforts, I'll be offering an amendment during the appropriations process on the floor to ensure that the United States is prepared to combat this threat of this parasite, the threat of this parasite. I'm grateful to Secretary Rollins for her leadership. As a Texan, perhaps she understands this threat better than most. And I'm confident of her strong and decisive leadership toward eradicating this parasite and that it will reap rewards. But it's not going to happen by itself. We're going to have to, unfortunately, not only authorize the production of this sterile fly capability, which we have done in the One Big Beautiful Bill, we're actually going to have to appropriate money to help get this started. I look forward to continuing to work with her and all of my colleagues to ensure that Texas cattle ranchers and our country's food supply are kept safe from this pesky parasite. Madam President, I yield the floor, and I'd note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Osterbrooks.
The Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
And I move to
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. You have it. The motion is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to, Madam President, I should say, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 182.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. And the clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Justice, Thomas Geiser of Ohio to be an Assistant Attorney General.
Madam President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Thomas Geiser of Ohio to be an Assistant Attorney General, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Madam President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived,
Without objection.
and I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Madam President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 95.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination of Office of the Director of National Intelligence, Joseph Kent of Washington to be Director of the National Counterterrorism Center.
Madam President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Joseph Kent of Washington to be Director of the National Counterterrorism Center, Office of the Director of National Intelligence, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Madam President, I ask consent to read the names be waived,
Without objection.
and I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Madam President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 113.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Agriculture, Tyler Clarkson of Virginia to be General Counsel of
Madam President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Tyler Clarkson of Virginia to be General Counsel of the Department of Agriculture, signed by 17 senators as follows.
President, I ask consent the reading the names be waived,
Without
and I
objection.
move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Madam President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 172.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Justice, Gadiaki Saralta of Florida to be Director of the United States Marshal Service.
Madam President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Gadiaki Saralta of Florida to be Director of the United States Marshal Service, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Madam President, I ask consent to reading the names be waived,
Without objection.
and I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Madam President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 282.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Homeland Security, Matthew Cosma of Virginia to be Undersecretary for Intelligence and Analysis.
Madam President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Matthew Cosma of Virginia to be Undersecretary for Intelligence and Analysis, Department of Homeland Security, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived,
Without objection.
and I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume executive calendar number 273.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that if any nominations are confirmed during today's session of the Senate, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action, and that the mandatory quorum calls with respect to the Wright and Matthews nominations be waived.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam President. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alster-Brooks.
Madam President.
The senator from West Virginia.
Thank you, Madam President. Today, I rise in support of David Wright's confirmation. I ask that we vitiate the unanimous consent to vitiate.
Without objection, the senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise today in support of David Wright's nomination to serve as a member of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Right now, we stand at a critical junction to ensure that our nation has the ability to provide reliable and affordable power for our constituents, our onshore American manufacturing, and also to win the AI race. Nuclear energy is absolutely central to achieving these goals. 50 years ago, Congress established the NRC to recognize the foundational principle of having a credible, independent nuclear regulatory safety regulator. Since then, the NRC has seen major periods of change, from responding to our most significant nuclear accident to preparing for a nuclear renaissance that did not fully materialize. Through this time, the NRC has evolved on how it functions. But far too frequently, these functions have been inefficient, time-consuming, and expensive, and have not allowed our nuclear innovators and the American people to fully realize the benefits of nuclear power. That is why last year Congress passed the ADVANCE Act with overwhelming bipartisan support to make the NRC's functions more efficient, predictable, and affordable. That was my bill. Now the Commission must ambitiously implement this legislation. Additionally, President Trump has tasked the NRC with implementing his executive order to further reduce the licensing timelines and shed unnecessary regulations. This is a challenge that the Commission must meet, and we expect the NRC to deliver. Achieving this will require experienced and highly qualified commissioners who are empowered to lead the agency through a period of high expectations. Well, David Wright meets that mark. Chairman Wright was first confirmed as an NRC commissioner in 2018, reconfirmed by the Senate for a full 5-year term in 2020, and has served as President Trump's chairman through the end of that term in June when his term expired. Throughout his 7 years on the Commission, Chairman Wright has demonstrated his vision to make the NRC a modern, risk-informed regulator. He supported policies that streamline requirements to advance novel technologies that will help clean up contaminated, abandoned uranium sites, as well as policies that create the groundwork for fusion energy. He led this effort to extend the duration of certain licenses to provide long-term regulatory certainty. And Chairman Wright has instilled accountability with the NRC staff by directing the agency to focus on issues most important for nuclear safety. In January, as required by the ADVANCE Act, the Commission updated its mission statement for the first time in a generation. Chairman Wright worked with his colleagues to revise the mission statement, which reads, and I quote, "The NRC protects human public health and safety and advances the nation's common defense and security by enabling the safe and secure use and deployment of civilian nuclear energy technologies and radioactive materials through efficient and reliable licensing, oversight, and regulation for the benefit of society and the environment." I support this revised mission statement as it aligns with what Congress intended by passing the ADVANCE Act. It is now time for the Commission to put this new mission statement into action as the law requires, and Congress and President Trump expects to the benefit of our nation. David Wright will help make this mission a reality, and I encourage my colleagues to join me in voting for his reconfirmation to the NRC. And with that, I yield the floor.
Call. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I think many watching the Senate from afar, and even those of us privileged to serve in this body, see us as simply talking past one another on a far too regular basis. So I want to start today remembering some wise words from my friend and former Senate colleague, the Republican senator from Nebraska, later Secretary of Defense, Chuck Hagel. Chuck was an internationalist, knew the dangerous personalities and difficult trade-offs when dealing with overseas challenges. Several years ago, he said quite wisely, "Powerful nations must be the adults in world affairs. Anything less will result in disastrous, useless, preventable global conflict." I couldn't agree with Senator Hagel more. And I want our Israeli allies to think carefully about his words when it comes to the horror of Gaza. Quite simply, the humanitarian conditions in Gaza are appalling, unconscionable, and cruel. Last week, more than 100 NGOs, including Mercy Corps, Doctors Without Borders, Save the Children, and Oxfam, warned of mass starvation spreading across Gaza. Following Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's nearly 3-month blockade of humanitarian assistance, 3/4 of the population of Gaza is facing emergency or catastrophic levels of hunger. The tiniest of babies cannot even access formula and risk heartbreaking death. Yes, Hamas started this conflict with a heinous attack on Israel. Yes, Hamas is still unconscionably holding hostages. And yes, Hamas cynically uses civilians as human shields and brutally represses brave Gazans who are protesting for an end of this despicable rule. But as I have repeatedly appealed to Israel, learn from our mistakes in the United States on September 11th after the attack on our country and the loss of 3,000 innocent Americans. Be careful of decisions made in the fog of rage, pain, and loss, and recognize there is no solely military solution to defeating a terrorist group. In fact, last September, the Israeli Defense Forces assessed that Hamas had been largely defeated militarily, and that today Hamas is effectively, in the words of the Israeli military, a guerrilla terror group. Israel should have been planning how to restore order and thinking about a day after plan in Gaza long ago, when Hamas' military capabilities had largely been destroyed. Several noted Israeli military leaders tried, including Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, Director of Israeli Security Agent Ronan Bar, both of whom were fired by Netanyahu. Let me be clear. Continuing this war with no discernible end is not in Israel's national security interest, and a lack of viable plan in the humanitarian fiasco have been glaring mistakes, getting worse by the day. Last week, Senators Reid, Shaheen, Warner, Coons, Schatz, and I called for a drastic change of course in Gaza, including an end to the fighting, a return of the hostages, a dramatic increase in humanitarian aid, and a viable path toward a two-state solution that brings in regional powers to help manage and rebuild Gaza. You cannot watch these scenes on television of these children emaciated because of their starvation, other children begging with pans for just a little bit of food to survive, and believe this is the right course of action. It has to end. The humanitarian aid has to start immediately. It is within Israel's capability to do that. There is no excuse if they don't. There was some welcome news this weekend of reopened aid corridors, but the larger urgent steps just can't wait any longer. Mr. President, Madam President, I know the dilemma, I believe I know the dilemma that Israel faces with the attacks of October 7th on innocent Israelis. I saw the videotape. Hamas was outrageous in their conduct in this invasion of Israel. But it's reached a point now where Israel has to show some leadership. I don't know what Prime Minister Netanyahu is waiting for, but if he witnesses what we do in the United States, from organizations across the world begging us to do something, to join them in stopping this humanitarian disaster, perhaps his heart will soften somewhat. We have to, in the United States, show real leadership. I yield the floor.
The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Nuclear Regulatory Commission, David Wright of South Carolina to be a member.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Is the Senate presently in a quorum call?
It is not.
Madam President, I'm here to speak to the nomination of David Wright to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission and to express my opposition. Not only will I be casting my vote against the nomination of Mr. Wright, but I truly urge all of my colleagues, Republican and Democrat alike, to do the same, at least until things settle down at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. At his hearing, I had intended to vote for Mr. Wright and to support a speedy confirmation through the Senate. But things started going haywire at the NRC. Mr. Wright has the qualifications to serve on that agency and assured us that he wanted to bring expertise, competence, and independence to the agency, or I should say protect the expertise, competence, and independence of that agency. The background here is that Congress created the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to be an independent agency to regulate nuclear facilities and materials. And when Congress did that, we deliberately separated it from the Department of Energy. And we have protected for years that as an important firewall. Well, where are we now? The doggy boys and the Department of Energy are infiltrating the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, compromising its integrity, its competence, and its mission. If you support expanding America's nuclear energy, this situation should alarm you. Even now, right now, as I speak here, conditions aren't getting better at the NRC after we've pointed this out. They're still deteriorating. And while Mr. Wright committed to Congress that he would promote NRC's full authority and retain qualified staff and fulfill the agency's commitment to the safe use of nuclear energy, that is not what we are seeing. What we're seeing is a doggy/DOE detailee who has entered the top ranks over at the agency without any Nuclear Regulatory Commission supervision. He's just planted over there reporting to who knows who, but presumably the Energy Secretary who's supposed to be on the other side of that firewall. This doggy/DOE detailee has been up to some bad business over there. He's been pushing out the agency's top experts, expertise in nuclear science and nuclear safety is a pretty precious commodity. People who've worked there for years, for decades, are being shoved out. He's been pursuing reductions in force when, at this moment, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission needs more staff and help than ever. And he's been pulling tricks like sidelining the General Counsel over there to put her out of the equation, and she who must be approved by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and slip in a doggy and Department of Energy-driven so-called chief counsel who the NRC hasn't approved and doesn't have to approve. So the way we set it up was that the commission would pick its counsel, would have to approve it. And that person is being sidelined, the woman is being sidelined, so this other character can come in a slightly different role that doesn't require the approval of the commission and just elbow her out. This guy's a fossil fuel lawyer. He doesn't know anything about nuclear energy except that it competes with fossil fuel. There's no good reason for that shift and a lot of bad reasons. So my suspicions are up. All of this interference is threatening the NRC's independence and credibility at a time when the NRC's independence and credibility matters so much as we try to meet our unprecedented new demand for nuclear power. I say this as a longtime champion of nuclear reform. I have been the top Democrat, the lead Democrat, on all of the nuclear reform bills that we have passed. It started with the Innovation Act with Senator Crapo. We went on to the Innovation and Modernization Act with Senator Barrasso, and most recently the Advance Act with Senator Capito. I've put a fair amount of my credibility on the line because I believe that there is a new renaissance possible with nuclear power because of the small modular reactors and the safety components that can be done when you're building the same thing repeatedly and can test and test for safety. And the next-gen nuclear power that can be far safer than the older stuff, and, if done right, could even burn through the nuclear waste stockpile for which we have no other use to provide a value power, clean power, out of what is now a liability, nuclear waste. We really do have a huge opportunity in this industry. The industry is responding. People are hiring. People are going back to school. This is happening. And I want it to happen. I want it to succeed. So it is really dumb for the Trump administration to be recklessly interfering with the NRC right now. It ought to be as offensive to Senator Capito and Senator Crapo and Senator Barrasso as it is to me. Supporting America's nuclear industry has been a bipartisan project, and it is working. The NRC has moved. It has changed. These new projects are moving forward, the small modulars and the next gen. Things are happening over there. It's not like they have fouled it up and now deserve to be taken over by doggy characters who don't know anything about nuclear power and by the Department of Energy. We're busting a thing that is working by doing this. And it doesn't even seem to be a very sensible plan, other than the Department of Energy would like something else to run, even though there's supposed to be a firewall. And the doggy people want stuff to wreck. But energy wanting something to run and doggy wanting something to wreck is not a justification. So to send a signal, I'll be voting against Mr. Wright. And if we could get a few votes to actually stop this nomination, not for long, just for long enough to send the signal to the Department of Energy, hands off the NRC, you're not supposed to cross that firewall, and to the NRC itself, hey, wake up and stand up and get those doggy folks out of your shop. And to the nuclear industry, a burgeoning industry right now, hey, defend the regulator upon whose credibility you depend. Then I think we could make some real progress. So this is not just an angry shout against an incompetent nominee. I've done that. This is trying to protect an important agency because it is essential to accomplishing a key bipartisan goal to renew America's nuclear industry safely and productively. And with that, I yield.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call, the clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of David Wright of South Carolina to be a member of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the Senate Debate on the nomination of David Wright of South Carolina to be a member of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission shall be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Glenn Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt.
Aye.
Mr. Budd. Mrs. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell.
Yeah.
Mrs. Capito.
But don't you have some?
Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Bozeman, Britt, Crapo, Fisher, Moran, Tillis, and Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Kelly, Kim, Ossoff, Peters, and Whitehouse. Mr. Paul, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Marino. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, aye. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Shaheen, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Ms. Duckworth? Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Ms. Rosen, no.
For a long time, I felt like it was lucky.
Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no.
With this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 45, and the motion is agreed to.
several years now, I have urged the release of an unclassified report by independent cybersecurity experts that is titled U.S. Telecommunications Insecurity 2022. Congress and the American people deserve to be able to read this report. This report, and I may be, Mr. President, the only senator who has read this report contains shocking details. Let me repeat that, shocking details about national security threats to our country's phone system that require immediate action. The agency has permitted my staff to read the report at their office, and this was done in 2023. However, they've marked the report unclassified for official use only and have refused to provide copies of the report to Congress or to make it public in response to Freedom of Information Act requests. So I asked then Director Easterly to release the report. When she didn't act on my request, I wrote to President Biden. That was in February of 2024, urging him to address the serious national security threat posed by foreign governments exploiting U.S. phone carriers' weak cybersecurity. The Biden administration took no action. The agency's top telecommunications security expert was so concerned he actually filed a whistleblower report with the Federal Communications Commission. He cited his access to non-public reports and other very concerning information and told the Federal Communications Commission that there have been numerous incidents of successful, unauthorized attempts to access the network user location data of communications service providers operating in the United States. He added that foreign surveillance went beyond location tracking and included the monitoring of voice and text messages and the delivery of spyware to targeted devices. The agency's multi-year cover-up of the phone company's negligent cybersecurity has enabled foreign hackers to perpetrate one of the most serious cases of espionage ever against our wonderful country. Had this report been made public when it was first written in 2022, Congress would have had ample time to require mandatory cybersecurity standards for phone companies in time to prevent the Salt Typhoon hacks. The agency and the Federal Bureau of Investigation have confirmed that the Chinese government hacked multiple phone companies and accessed vast troves of sensitive call records. They even co-opted the system designed for law enforcement to conduct wiretaps and access phone calls of politicians and other high-value targets. Vice President Vance said his communications and President Trump's were compromised in this hack. The press reported that then-leader Schumer was also targeted. This espionage incident was the direct result of phone carriers' failure to follow cybersecurity best practices, such as installing security updates and using multi-factor authentication. Mr. President, and I know you're very interested in the technology area as well, this is cybersecurity 101. 101. And yet federal agencies failed to hold these companies accountable. As far as I'm aware, and I touched on this, I may be the only one in the Senate to have read this report. But the contents of the report directly impact Congress, both regarding the security of the Senate's communications and issues that have been the subject of prior oversight. When Chinese government hackers broke into the major phone networks last year, their targets included several senators. The report also directly discusses issues that have been the subject of oversight by senators. In 2021, I wrote to the Federal Communications Commission with several of our colleagues raising concerns about foreign companies remotely administering rural U.S. telecommunications carriers. Our group said we are also concerned about media reports suggesting that managed service providers may be partnering with for-profit surveillance companies, creating the possibility that these companies could provide their authoritarian clients with trusted access to U.S. telecommunications networks. Mr. President, I'm going to close with this. None of these security vulnerabilities have been addressed. That's the bottom line, either by government or the private sector. The federal government still does not even require U.S. phone companies to meet minimum cybersecurity standards. So in my judgment, we're sitting here now recognizing that it's too late to prevent the Salt Typhoon hack, but there sure is an urgency to prevent the next horrendous incident. So that's why, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S2480.
S2480, a bill to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to publicly release in full the unclassified report titled U.S. Telecommunications Insecurity 2022 and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read 3 times and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I yield the floor. Mr. President, I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
President.
Senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to suspend the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I know of no further debate.
Is there further debate? Hearing none, the question on the nominee is before the Senate. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy. Thank you. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell, thank you. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino.
Yes.
Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Cotton, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Lee, Marino, and Schmidt. Senators voting in the negative: Kim, Merkley, Schatz, and Wyden. Mr. Boozman, aye. Mr. Kramer. Aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Marshall. Aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Collins, aye.
Mr. Crapo, aye.
Mr. Langford. Aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst. Aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd. Aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Rosen, no.
Ms. Baldwin, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no.
We already filed cloture on him. We vote on.
Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Houston, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Johnson,
Is that just?
aye.
Costume? That's terrifying.
Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. What? Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no.
In this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 39. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is made and laid upon the table, and the President will be notified immediately of the Senate's actions. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Earl Matthews of Virginia to be General Counsel of the Department of Defense, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Earl Matthews of Virginia to be General Counsel of the Department of Defense shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fetterman, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Husted, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lummis, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Thune, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Warner, Warnock, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Lee, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 45. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Defense, Earl Matthews of Virginia to be General Counsel.
Gotcha. Mr. President,
The senator from Utah.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have one request for a committee to meet during today's session of the Senate. It has the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Tuesday, July 29th. That following the prayer and pledge, the Journal of Proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate proceed to executive session and resume consideration of Executive Calendar number 110, Earl Matthews post-cloture. Further, notwithstanding Rule 22 at 11:30 a.m., the Senate vote on confirmation of the Matthews nomination. And if cloture is then invoked, on calendar number 94, William Kimmett, the Senate recess until 2:15 to allow for the weekly conference meetings. Further, at 2:15, all post-cloture time be expired, and the Senate vote on confirmation of the Kimmett nomination. And if confirmed, the Senate vote on the motion to invoke cloture on calendar number 274, Susan Munares. Finally, if any nominations are confirmed during the Tuesday's session of the Senate, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection, so ordered.
For the information of all senators, there will be 2 votes at 11:30 a.m., 2 votes at 2:15 p.m., and more votes expected throughout the afternoon and evening. If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, look at that.